everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh.
Welcome to another session of SAS. It is very nice to have you all here with
This is a
me.
special Sunday edition.
This is a special I can't make a pun with SAS and Sunday. I can't do it.
It's thicker than normal.
It's thicker?
What?
Like the newspaper, like Sunday edition
Oh.
newspaper, it's gonna be thicker.
I thought SAS was like a liquid and you were describing its
Genius.
thick texture.
It's gonna be more viscous today.
Did not know what the hell you were talking about.
It's gonna be more viscous. Alright. It is gonna be a little different. I had a hard time planning this episode, and this is what we have. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Let's get into it.
I just like hanging out with my friends.
This is true. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
stretching.
man.
I was stretching. I was stretching.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ghani's up first. Ghani, you wake up and you notice a few things immediately. First of all, you don't wake up where you went to sleep. In fact, you are not in a bed. In fact, you're not lying down. The way you wake up is that you simply open your eyes while standing, like as if you're standing, as if you were never even asleep, as if you just suddenly came into consciousness. Second of all, you are in Ganja.
Oh god.
You open your eyes and you can see that you are surrounded by kobolds, specifically red kobolds, specifically ones you recognize, and the darkness of Garanja's caves surround you. There is no visible sunlight, as the sun is, as any light from the sun is multiple miles above where you are right now. And third, you're a lot younger. In fact, you're not even technically a teenager. You are a very young 11-year-old Ghani. And you are at your father's appointment ceremony. You and your mother are dressed in ceremonial robes. They're the finest clothes that you've ever seen in your life. And your father's horns have been decorated with delicate gold jewelry. You don't have any explicit memory of anything that happened after this point in your life. I will not punish you for playing your character with like the attitudes or values that they develop later in life, but in terms of explicit memories, you don't have any of those. So if somebody came up to you right now and asked you about Scrivener or Delos or Gerby or Synthis or Tony, you would have no idea who these people are.
But those are my friends.
But those are her best friends.
Those are all my best friends.
You look out into the cave and you can see the entirety of Garinja in front of you. They've gathered for the appointment ceremony. Your family in the front with the village elder, as everybody stands in silent respect for your father and your family and for you. Your father has magic. Your father has latent sorcerous powers and abilities, and none of you, your mother, or your father, knew about this until very recently, and it came as a very big shock. But these powers have afforded him the position of Marduk's chosen scale sorcerer. And it's a very big honor. But I have a question for you. Gani, at this point, has a pretty good idea of what happened to the last scale sorcerer kids talk. Is there any part of her that's scared?
Hmm. Uh, oh my god. Sorry.
You might have to stop watching Paul for this one.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put Paul on pause. Yeah. Uh, I think even just the fact of how, I guess, formal everything is kind of, nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think she doesn't know what to think right now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Um, Again, Gani is wearing clothes that are nicer than anything she's ever touched in her entire life. Um, the last time and kind of the only times she can remember having this many people look at her is when she did something wrong and was in trouble.
Hmm.
Um, it's it's nerve wracking, and you know your mom absolutely cracked down on you before this to make sure that you didn't do anything to embarrass yourself or your father. So yeah, she would be nervous, and there it's a lot going on. But along with all the ceremony, making it very formal and making it very nerve wracking, making Gani feel like she just has to she has to perform a certain amount. Um, it's also working to enforce that like this is important. This is a huge honor. This means incredible things for your family, and you should be proud of your dad. And I think she is, um, despite everything.
Yeah.
Uh, your father takes off the ceremonial headdress, and the village elder comes forward to take you in your mother's robes as the ceremony concludes. And people in the crowd begin to talk amongst themselves. Your mother tells you to behave yourself and goes off into the crowd somewhere. As your father comes forward to give you a hug. He kneels down as you are, in fact, even smaller. Uh, and he says, "Oh God, I did do this voice, but I'm still nervous about it, so I'm gonna mute and then unmute when I have it."
You're good. Oh god, do I have to prepare a baby Gani voice?
That's what I've been waiting for.
All right, give me an hour. Hold on.
All right, you don't have an hour.
Fuck. Ugh. I'm a professional. I can do this.
He kneels down and gives you a big, tight hug, and he says, "God, I could never have dreamed that this would happen. And this is all familiar to you. You remember every detail." And he hugs you even tighter and then pulls back and he looks at you and he's waiting for you to respond.
Uh,
If you don't want to do like a legit like baby Ghani voice, I think we all could just suspend our disbelief.
yeah.
We're good.
Even then, I now have to fucking think about what her mental state is like at this point and how she would talk, because she definitely talks very different than she does now.
You can take your time. This is, yeah, I put you crazy on the spot.
Yeah.
High five you, Jordan.
Thank you.
How the fuck do kids talk? um.
The first thing about kids is that kids don't think about what bleh. Kids don't think about how kids talk when they talk.
It's true, but their brain is so free from corruption.
Well, she might have been free from corruption when she was like 4, but now she's 11, so.
I'm saying I'm typing some tips on a child's mindset in general. If you want to look at that.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Yeah, for our characters, it's like, yeah, being a kid was like a little while ago, but for Ghani, it's like being a kid was like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Definitely a kobold's lifetime ago.
Yeah.
What exactly did he say again?
He just said that he could have never dreamed that this kind of thing would happen. And he's just smiling at you.
Um.
If you straight up don't think that she would say anything, you don't have to say anything, but I'm giving you the opportunity to engage.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain.
It's okay.
Okay. Um. Well, the listeners at home are so upset by how boring this podcast is now.
Uh-huh.
Stop thinking about that.
Stop thinking about it.
I'm sorry.
This is a treat of uh of you have your character on for yourself. It's for you.
Yeah.
If it helps at all, this is an event happening in the past. Nothing you can say here can possibly change the events of the present.
I think, yeah, I'm not gonna try to do a baby Connie voice. Sorry, everybody. Um, but I think she would say like, um, she would also say like, yeah, this feels unreal. Uh, uh, Probably ask what's gonna happen next.
Uh, your father smiles again, very warmly, very very happy at you, and he says, "Well, your dad is going to have to take on a lot of responsibilities after this. I'm I'm your dad first, but our community needs somebody to speak for them when contacting Marduk. You understand how important that is."
Um, she'd say, um, "Am I gonna be home alone with mom more often now?"
Most probably, but that's not a bad thing. I'll still come home every night and have dinner with you. And I'll be there every morning to wake you up and make you get dressed and go to school. Is there school? There's school.
Um, she'd say, like, playfully, like, "You better keep your promise."
He'd laugh and he'd say, "Gunny, when have you ever known me to break a promise?"
She smiles at him.
He smiles back and he says, "And you know, this may mean that you've inherited magic as well. This could define our family's legacy, if it's true."
Um, she'll kind of she'll she'll like hold up um like her hand in front of her, like as if she's like trying to cast a spell and be like, "I'll use my spells to remove everyone in my way."
Your father would laugh again, pretty hard, and he would say, "Now, Gani, you know what we always tell you about playing nice with the other kids."
Well, they should play nice with me.
From what I can hear from your mentors, they do. It sounds like you're the one that is always getting them into trouble.
She looks away.
Your dad sighs and he says, "I don't want to lecture you right now. This is a happy day, and I want you to be happy,
She she looks at him and thinks for a bit and says, "I am happy."
He smiles one final time and he says, "That's all I want." And he hugs you.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Um, he lets you go, and is there anything that, while you, Val, are playing in this space, um, that you can justify Gani maybe going to try and find out or check out?
Uh, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Um, yeah. I think your dad sticks with you for the rest of the celebration. Your mom, again, pretty quickly went off into the crowd to go talk with her friends or something after the ceremony was done. But she's around also. If Gani seeked her out, she wouldn't be too hard to find. Um, over the course of the next few moments, a few people come up to talk to your dad and just congratulate him on such a huge honor, and a few more of the authority figures in the village try to talk to him about what responsibilities he'll have going forward, and what things he needs to consider, all of which he takes very seriously. However, he does, while these like adult conversations are happening, whenever he can, he does catch you from across the crowd, and he just like he tells you dad jokes through message,
Oh my god.
which once he found out that he could cast sorcerer spells, um, this is the kind of shit he's been doing with it.
she she'll like very intently stare at him as he's saying the joke, and then once the punchline hits, she like shakes her head.
Um, every time you do that, you can see his face lift a bit, even while he's in the middle of a dreary conversation.
Hmm. Johnny's probably holding a red solo cup in the corner.
11-year-old holding a red solo cup in the corner.
Yeah, it has appy juice in it.
Wow. Um, appy juice. There's no appies in the Underdark, silly.
No, she's drinking mushroom fluid.
She's drinking mushroom fluid. Okay. Well, um, okay. The next thing that happens is that from behind you, you feel a very strong gust of hot wind, which is you are underground. That doesn't happen very often. Um, and this wind is almost strong enough to topple you over. Turning around, you can see an enormous red claw. And looking up, you can see that the ceiling in this cave in Garnja has inexplicably rose high enough to um, accommodate an adult red dragon, Marduk. His wings are wide enough to cradle the entire cave, and his stature stretches higher than any building you've ever seen as he turns his head to look down at you. At this point, this is unfamiliar. If Gani could think to cross-reference this experience with her like present memory of events, she would very quickly notice that this did not happen. But in this moment, as shiny red scales extend up to the ceiling, and as a bright orange draconic eye widens and glances and looks down at you, this feels very real. On some levels, this feels realer than anything else you've ever felt as his eye bores into you. The claw that you saw when you turned around raises up as Marduk lifts it into the air above you. And when it falls again, your father is underneath it. With a loud thud, Marduk's claw hits the floor, flattening anything underneath it. Marduk looks down at you again. And if you can pry your eyes away from his gaze and look around, nobody else has reacted. Every kobold in the cave has this blank stare, just facing forward, staring ahead, as if frozen in time. Not reacting, not moving, seemingly not even breathing, and definitely not looking at anything that just happened, even processing it. I give you an opportunity to describe anything that's going on with Gani.
uh, has Marduk lifted his claw?
Sorry. Was that a complete thought?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
Has Marduk lifted his claw?
No.
Um, I guess she would run over and try to see if he's okay.
Gani can push through the crowd of people, again, unmoving when Gani goes to push them away. It's not as if they're frozen as stone. Their forms still can be pushed and touched, and the 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 skin and scales and muscle bounce back. They're not frozen, but they just aren't reacting. They're not looking at anything. They're not moving. They're not talking. Gani can push through them as if they almost weren't there. She can run over to Marduk's giant paw. Uh, she she can't really see anything. Can you give me an investigation check? You can use Gani's current stats.
Okay. 24.
With a 24, um, you can see that the surface that Marduk's paw is on is not even. There's what seems to be a lump underneath it, and you can see through the cracks in his digits a pool of red fluid forming underneath. As Marduk just stares down at you, his giant red eye following you as you run over.
Hmm. I think she would um I don't think she would actually like touch his claw or his hand or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think she would look to Marduk. Um And I think she would say, uh, what happened?
Does it matter?
She would look down and uh, oh, sorry. Oh,
As,
ugh.
as Marduk speaks, um, just the simple act of expelling air through his throat and out of his mouth is enough to cause the entire atmosphere of the cave to become unbearably hot. As his voice, his mighty, deep voice, bellows throughout the cave. And he says, "Your father is dead."
Is is Gani still her 11-year-old self?
She is.
I think she'd say I think she's still looking down, and she'd just say, "But why?"
You didn't answer me. Does it matter?
No.
What will you do?
I can help him. There has to be something.
Marduk leans down, the simple breath of air through his nose, enough to make you sweat. As he looks down at you, his eye larger than ever. Looks at you and he says, "Your father is dead. What will you do?"
I think she looks up at him and says, "What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do?"
He lifts his head back up to the impossible ceiling of the cave and he says, if you're so keen on answering questions with questions, what will I have to do to make you make a choice? You suddenly remember that your mother should still be here. She hasn't said anything. She hasn't moved. You don't know where she is. She's so still, but you know that she's here. And you know that everybody you've ever known is here in this crowd right now.
I look for my mom in the crowd. Can I find her?
Yeah. She's staring ahead, blankly, like everyone else, unmoving.
I think Connie would look to her mom, and even if she's maybe far away from her right now, she'd say, "Wh- Why aren't you doing anything?"
Speaking to her, you can see her eyes look towards you, but her expression remains still. Her body still doesn't move, and her eyes wordlessly move towards Marduk as she stares up at him. Marduk raises his other claw. And your mother still doesn't move.
I think Connie would stand up and to Marduk say, "Please don't. Please."
Do you think the begging of a powerless kobold will sway me?
I'll I'll do whatever you want.
There is nothing anyone could have done that would have saved your father's life. My will is absolute. I cannot be appealed to.
This wasn't supposed to be like this.
Marduk leans down again. And he says, "What would you know about what is supposed to happen, kobold?"
She looks back down. I'm sorry, my lord.
You can hear Marduk growl above you as you're still staring down at the ground. The air around you hot, stifling. You feel as if you can't breathe in this heat. Where your mom was, you hear a loud thud.
I don't look up.
And that's the end of Gani's dream. Or,
Oh god.
whatever whatever that was.
You both played that really well.
Yeah, that was really wonderful acting from both of you. I'm gonna hurl.
Well, don't
I
hurl
do have
too
to
much.
hurl.
Don't hurl too much, Chelsea, because you
Oh,
would
no.
not guess.
Oh,
Oh
no!
Oh my god! Okay, give me a second.
Yeah. You can have a second.
Me and Haley are holding on to each other. We've just realized we're probably next.
Me and Andy after Chelsea are going to be like the SpongeBob and Patrick like running.
Yeah. Oh no, Jordan. Jordan, are you gonna give us all scary, terrible backstory dreams that reveal very sensitive and important information about our characters, or is it just these two fuckers?
I was very intentional with what information these dreams reveal.
Ugh,
Sweet.
that doesn't answer my question.
I'm hyped. Hey, maybe Delos gets a not even relevant one
I think Dallas is gonna dream about eating a cake. Happy birthday!
when he was allowed
Delos.
to.
Oh
Dallas
no,
gets a pass.
Dallas. He does. His backstory is fully uninteresting. We don't need to even touch on it.
Oh god.
For those at home watching the animated SAS series that came out in 2035, Gani had 2 arms in that entire scene.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask what what color were her parents?
They're also red. I think your mom is probably the paler of the 2.
So not quite pink, but
Not
like,
quite pink.
yeah.
Maybe Peepaw was pink.
Yeah, it's
Peepaw
probably
sorcerer.
it's pretty
maybe
recessive.
maybe Gani was premature and she's a little underdone, so the red didn't finish.
That's why
Like-
the
like
printer
Paul.
ran out of ink.
Yeah, exactly. That's why she's so small.
Yeah, I did try to convey that when she was pretending to cast a spell with her hands.
Oh, you did say that.
Yeah,
You tricky
that's
little.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna
Genius.
go into my hole now.
Yeah, you can go into your
Thanks,
hole.
thanks for the genius.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye, Gani. Bye bye.
I
Oh
don't want
my
to play with
goodness.
you anymore.
Mm,
I killed both your parents. You're not interesting anymore.
The
Well,
fuck?
that Jesus Christ! What?
I mean, who said that?
You
Uh,
did.
Anyway. Chelsea, you ready?
Yep, I mean, ready as I'll ever be. You know, I think I'm a little nervous, but I'm sure you'll all forgive me if you spring a crazy dream on me and I go, whoa, wait a second, give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally cool. All right. Uh, Gerby, you wake up in the common room of where you used to live in your cave with the rest of your family and um, a couple other families as well. Uh, to you, this is completely unremarkable. You slept in this room for pretty much your entire life. Uh, but you wake up and you remember that you went to sleep. You took an afternoon nap after completing your morning chores. You're particularly tired today, and you took an afternoon nap. But now waking up, uh, you can hear the wolves in the other chamber fighting with each other. You can assume that's probably what woke you up. And looking around, you can see everybody else you live with sleeping in their makeshift bedrolls. And you realize that you slept through dinner and that the wolves are probably fighting because they haven't been fed tonight.
Oh, okay. Um, is there? I suppose Gerby would know what to do in this situation, so she's gonna go check up on them, make sure they don't like injure each other too bad, until she can get them some food.
Yeah. Gerby knows that there is a stash of uh, fresh meat that is kept for the wolves. And that is kept separate from the food that is meant for the goblins to eat. So even though dinner is over and has been served and everybody has gone to sleep, and Gerby knows that she will not be getting a proper meal tonight. She knows that there's fresh raw meat for the wolves at least. She can get that and go over to the kennel where the quote unquote kennel where the wolves are being kept. It's a chamber in the cave where the wolves have been chained up with random materials that you guys have been able to scrounge around and steal off of carts. Uh, Gerby has to wade through the stream that runs through the cave to get to the different chambers, being careful to stay quiet so as to not wake anybody up. You can get there, and the wolves are in fact fighting with each other. They are snapping at each other pretty badly, but it doesn't seem like anybody is bleeding yet. And when you get there, they they stop fighting with each other and immediately start tugging on their chains to reach you.
Um. Yeah. So I guess Gerby would have gotten like brought the food with her. Um. Or well, she's not called Gerby, but she would have gotten like the food with her. And she'd just be like, whoa, whoa, okay, hey, okay, good, calm down. And uh yeah, I don't know how to describe this. She goes to feed them.
Yeah, Gerby can come forward with the scrap bits of meat that have been taken off of random forest animals that you guys have been able to hunt, and the wolves at this point have been trained not to immediately lunge at your throat or your arms or anything as you do this. They You can safely and with practice motion toss the meat to them, and for some of them even throwing it directly into their mouths as they snap their jaws on the meat, eating it and seemingly becoming satiated for the night. uh, you noticed as you were wading through the stream earlier that the water is flowing faster than usual. And now that the wolves have stopped snapping and growling and fighting with each other, you can even notice that the stream is louder than usual. The uh, the sort of white noise of the water rushing past rocks and stones and rubble uh, being more deafening than, you know, usual.
Hmm. Yeah, okay. Well, that would stick out to her. Yeah, I think the noise is probably like bothering her, so she wants to go uh, check it out.
Okay. Um, Going to check out the stream. Give me an investigation roll, please. Or a nature check, technically, I guess. Either works.
Okay. Awesome. That is a 6 on the die. I mean, you said we can use current day stats for this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 6 plus like um uh is nature intelligence or wisdom?
That's wisdom.
Okay, plus
Or I think so, yeah.
okay, that's plus 3 plus whatever our proficiency is.
Um okay, so that's 6 plus 6, that's 12.
Yeah, okay, so it's not the worst.
Yeah, not the worst. Um Gerby, from experience, you know, upon uh, uh, investigating the stream and why it might be running faster than usual, you know that for the goblins that are stationed outside of the cave, every once in a while, you know that when it rains pretty heavily, specifically when it's storming outside, the stream can get faster and the flow can get a bit more rough. Uh, Going to the what's the word? I guess the bank of the stream. going towards it and looking down the way to see the direction from which the water is flowing, the where the mouth of the cave would be, though you don't really go there very often. You look down the corner and you are immediately met with let me see what I have written down here. You immediately lock eyes with a man about your age just wading through the stream, not a goblin man.
Oh.
Where his pupils would be, there are these four pointed yellow shapes that modern day Gerby would recognize as the icon of a star. He has white hair that's been tied into a long braid. And the second that you see him, shock crosses his face immediately, and he says, he says, "Wait, I have nothing, please." And he holds his hands out in front of him.
That's a fairly valid reaction. The minute that she processed that this was not a goblin, she did like reach for a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
So she is like kind of poised to take it out of its holster. Okay, wait. So what did he say?
He said that he has nothing. And looking at him, you can see that he is wearing very plain clothes, and he doesn't seem to have any weapons or valuables or anything on him other than bare survival essentials.
Okay. She doesn't let go of the hilt of the knife. And she just looks at this guy and says, and asks him, "What are you doing here?"
I I wanted to hide from the storm. That's all it is. If I could possibly stay here, I would be gone by daylight. Or before then, if weather permits. I'm I'm a simple pilgrim. I have no valuables at all on me, and I have no alliances to anybody but my God.
Okay. I have to think about this. Hmm. Sorry. I'm just processing and deciding what I think my character would do. Okay.
That's good. Take your time.
Yeah. Okay. I I think right now my character is um she is well, she is like alone. Um, everyone else is asleep, and she's hungry and probably tired. Uh, um, she's not gonna relax, but I think she's gonna um she probably tells him to go like sit down against like the wall of the cave and just uh sit down and stay there. Um
All right. Uh, he he nods carefully and slowly steps out of the stream, his ankles and feet still wet as he walks over to one end of the cave and sits down obediently. The wolves, who would normally be uh, snapping at him to attack him as they've been trained to do, preoccupied with their meal.
mhm. Right. She's gonna like to keep looking at this guy and just tell him, okay, if you're if it turns out you're lying about anything, uh I am gonna slit your throat.
He kind of makes like a he kind of tilts his head and just goes in like a well, okay, kind of expression and gesture, and he says, "I have no intention of lying to you. I have nothing to lie about."
Okay. Uh good. Um yeah, I think she just nods at this like yep, okay, we came to an understanding. Um I think she's just like twisting the dagger in her hands. She's not going to let it go um until I guess the storm passes. Uh and this guy leaves. I think she like glances at the like loud overflowing stream for a bit and then just asks, so where are you headed?
Uh, he gives kind of a weak smile to you, and he says, "This may sound suspicious, but I said that I wouldn't lie. I don't know where I'm headed. I'm a traveler. My goal is simply to see things that I haven't before."
Huh. And you're you like doing that?
He smiles uh, less weakly this time, and he says, "It's my passion, and it has great significance to me. So, yes, I would say I enjoy it." For clarification, um, just to help you play this, in a similar situation to Gani, if Gerby were to compare the events that are happening right now to her modern memories that she does not currently have access to. This never happened. She's never seen this man in her life.
Yeah, right. Okay. Um, hmm. You said okay, so you said this guy has like can you give me the description of like his face and eyes again?
Yeah, looking at him now, uh, in this relatively calmer setting, you can see that he has quite a handsome face, actually. He seems like a healthy young man, and uh, his eyes are uh, where the pupils would be. There are four pointed yellow stars. Uh, though Gerby doesn't really recognize them as stars at this point in her life, though they are very striking. Looking closer, you can also see that his ears come into a dramatic point.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
Oh, yeah. You can see that his ears come into a very dramatic point.
Hmm. Um, she isn't trying to hide the fact that I think she's like kind of studying him a bit. Like yeah, she's fully just like staring into this guy's eyes and not really embarrassed about it either. Um, I think it would probably come off as more like suspicion and more like threatening, because that is what she's been doing the whole time. Um, Except I think like while she's like looking at this, she kind of unconsciously starts like touching her own ears, which makes it clear that she's just looking at this guy just because she doesn't understand what he is.
Yeah. In a similar way, he looks at you from across the cave, and um, after a while of you two just looking at each other in silence, he says, "You don't look like any goblin I've seen."
Yeah.
Yes, your complexion, it's quite striking. In a good way, of course.
Um, I think she was frowning when he started that sentence and is like visibly surprised by the fact that this wasn't like an insult or anything. And she just goes, uh, yeah, I guess. You, other people come down here sometimes, but I don't think you look like any of them either.
He gently laughs, um, and he says, "That's not very surprising. I come from many lands and have been changed by them."
You've been changed?
I've spent more time than is practical to convey in a place known as the Celestial Plane. And the magic of that place has touched me. It shows itself in my eyes. Have you ventured far outside of this cave?
No.
Have you ever ventured out of this cave?
Um. Sorry, I'm so stunned right now. I briefly forgot Derby's backstory. The answer would be no, right?
I do believe the answer
Yeah.
would be no.
Yeah, she shakes her head and says, no.
Do you know what the stars are?
Wait, let me think about this for a second.
Take your time.
Do I? Okay.
And again, these events are explicitly, I'll say now, non-canonical. This has never happened in Kirby's past.
Okay. She would say, yeah, I know what they are.
He he laughs kind of shyly and he says, "Sorry. With the places I've been, it would not have been remarkable if you hadn't. Well, I suppose the easiest way I can say this is the place where the stars live. I've been there."
How long do you think it'll be until the storm passes?
He leans against the cave and he says, "I'm not sure. If it's not over by morning, I will leave anyway. I can assume you don't stay here alone."
No, I don't. Uh, my family's asleep right now, and I mean, so is everyone else. And yeah, it'd be a good idea for you to leave if you want to. She kind of just like shrugs casually. Uh, you know, uh, keep your head on your body.
He nods and he says, "I do believe that would be in my best interest."
Yeah, and it sounds like you've got a lot more places to go see.
I like to think I do. He leans forward and he says, "I don't have much to give in exchange for your hospitality, or mercy, if that suits you better. But I ask, do you have any questions about I suppose the nature of the universe. Anything like that. It's the most valuable thing I have to offer.
The most valuable thing. I Kirby like it turns back to where the stream still like kind of flooding with water. Um uh and I for a second she is going to just like flatly refuse this like when she thinks about her like the rest of her like family still asleep. um uh and for a second she's just going to refuse this, but I when she thinks about like her family and stuff, I think there's just like there's like this kind of pit of just exhaustion and anger. uh and I think like she just very clearly thinks in her head like just they're asleep, let me have this. And she's still holding the dagger, but she does like actually sit down. um and she just said oh god,
Oh my
and she
gosh.
just
Would you like to drink some water?
yeah, I need to drink some water. I normally pace around whenever I role play, and
Take your time.
Got too worked up.
It's okay. It's alright.
yeah, whoops. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I've been like pacing for the past entire time the scene was happening, so I'm actually out of breath.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I she sits down and uh, she just very firmly says, "I I want it then, whatever valuables you have."
He he's taken aback a little bit, and then smiles and he says, I've known goblins to worship the god Maglubia. Is that a god that you follow?
Uh, yeah. I mean, I kind of have to.
Right. I've heard as much from other goblins in other places. Maglebiad is a very cruel god, although I'm sure you know that better than I do. He resides in the fiendish planes, or the lower planes, relative to where you are, where we both are. And he has this eternal grudge with Groosh, the orc god. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you this, although you may not believe me. But do you believe that all goblins fight alongside Maglubiet in death?
I hmm, I haven't really thought about it. Um I mean, I I guess not all of them would, just the ones that follow him.
He smiles and he says, "That's true. Although many goblins I've met believe that their choice is to either follow Maglubiet and gain a prestigious position in his court, or defy him and face punishment. In truth, many goblins go other places, follow other gods in the lower planes or otherwise, and live on in other forms."
Have you've met goblins like this?
You could say that. The celestial plane is a strange place to material standards. Met implies that I would know concrete things about them, about their personalities or relationships or values. That isn't entirely true, but I have encountered goblins in the celestial plane, brought there in death through their devotion to a celestial god. And they are happy. It takes a very strong will to exist as you did on the material plane in the celestial plane. I count myself very lucky to have been granted the opportunity to traverse the plane with my being intact. I don't believe my time traveling the planes is over. I believe there's more for me than a life in service to my God. Although I will get there eventually.
That's huh. Right. Yeah, you did mention your god. Who's this god that you follow that's just letting you wander off wherever?
Um, Gosh, let me check my notes. I was going back and forth on the specifics. All right. Um, the man in front of you smiles again, and he says, "I follow the god of Baiju, god of life and death."
I'll kill everyone on the planet. All right, sorry. Sorry, there was a split second where like right before you spoke where I was like, it would be so like stupid, like funny if this like for real was, and that's why we're having dreams. If this was for real, Baiju, it is. It is. I can hear his voice in my head.
I'm fucking losing it. What did he? Sorry, I screamed as he said Baishu. What was he the god of?
Life and death.
Yeah, Mitch.
Oh my god.
So I'm sorry. I need to. I'll get back into character in a minute. I just need you to know that I can hear Baiju in my head going, "Yeah, I got a promotion."
Mm.
Remember when you guys gave me that fucking life lollipop? That was pretty cool.
You all died, and I, well, licked the little thing.
Yeah, yeah. At some point after everyone else passes away, Baiju is like bored one day, and he's like, "Oh right, Doc set up that one like dungeon that one time. I can solve all those puzzles for fun."
Yeah, and fucking enough time passes and Baiju's like, no one's gotten that fucking thing.
Yeah, no one's
Cool.
gotten it. I think canonically Baiju did help with some of the puzzles, but I think in this scenario it's been a long enough time that he actually forgot most of the stuff.
Oh my fucking
He's
god!
like-
I was thinking. Oh, this guy has like a long white braid that's so Baiju.
Yeah.
There's a fucking uniform.
Baiju was like, I actually do have access to, like, the goings on of the natural world, and without a god of life, shit's out of whack. And I just, at this point, I can't delegate that.
You can say that I took the helm.
All
Carry
right. Yeah. Um. My character looks into the camera and goes, "Huh? Never heard of him."
um, he smiles and he says, that is all right. He is present in everything. You may have known him before you were born, and you may know him yet after you die.
That that's so that's weird. You're a weird guy.
He laughs and he kind of holds his hands up in a, like, uh, playfully, playfully defensive gesture, and he says, sorry, I didn't mean to get intense.
You're fine. Trust me, you're probably one of the least intense people I've met.
He keeps smiling, and he says, my god's influence touches all planes, as all things must live and die. And so, in an attempt to understand his power and his presence, well, that is why I travel.
Well, definitely, it sounds like a better deal than McLove yet.
If that's the case, perhaps you have some thinking to do. Although, I wouldn't pressure that upon you. The stars are particularly important to me. I'm sure he gestures to his face that you can tell. The stars are windows to the celestial plane, the great woven tapestry that seals the material plane from the other planes. The stars are holes, you could say, poked into that tapestry that allow the celestial plane's radiant light to seep through in times of darkness. And the form of the stars reflects the presence of powerful gods on the celestial plane. Unfortunately, fiendish gods don't have the same presence that the celestial gods do. I'm not sure why that is, but it can be said that the sun, its great fire and heat, reflects the brimstone of the lower planes. Which is, at least, I find it interesting. In all the places I've traveled, there have been very few that consider the lower planes a pleasant place. But in just the same way that you're not advised to touch a fire, that doesn't mean it's bad. However, that's not to say that Maglubyet is a shining example of the merits of the lower planes.
Yeah, I mean, he is a bit intense for my uh tastes, I guess.
Is that right? What are your tastes, would you say? It's all right if you don't have the words to describe it. For all that I've seen, I don't have the words to describe it either.
Um, thinking, what would she say? What would she what would she say? Yeah, okay. I think she just yeah, she kind of just shrugs and like laughs a little, and she's like, yeah, I guess I don't really have the words to describe it other than I mean, not not intense. I don't know. Uh if you ask, I mean, if you ask like my sister Viddy, she'd probably have a lot of words to describe it, but I'm pretty sure you don't want to wake her up right now, considering the whole. And she like makes a head chopping off motion with her hand.
um, he smiles and he laughs and he says, "That's all right. You have a sister then."
Mm-hmm. I yeah. Uh, I have two of them.
Ah.
We're triplets.
Oh, I see. Are they anything like you?
Nope.
Is that so?
Yeah, we don't really get along very well. Um, I think out of everyone, I'd probably get along the most with uh my brother, but I mean, I don't know, we don't really talk. We just don't fight as much, really.
Ah, well, I'm lucky that you're the one I ran into then.
I guess so. I'm People have come down here before, and usually it's to, you know, take stuff or take stuff back, whatever. Normally, a huge, a battle breaks out. Uh, but you're just here to travel, so I guess I'm also pretty lucky you're the one I ran into.
He smiles again and he says, "Then this is a very lucky interaction." He looks towards the stream again, still flowing rapidly, and he says, "I would attempt to divine when the storm would stop, but augury is a very limited spell."
Hmm. You know a lot of magic.
I know a fair bit, enough to protect me when I traverse the plains, but I I don't believe I've ever used magic to harm others. I I don't believe I could bring myself to. I'm very lucky to have lived as long as I have.
Uh, yeah, you sound pretty lucky.
He smiles warmly. It does help that my magic allows me to cure my wounds and My time in the celestial plane has afforded me the ability to get out of tight situations. Even more so, I'm lucky that my magic allows me to help people when I can. Do you know any magic?
Um, wait, I have to really think about this. Actually, wait, let me look at something really quick. Um, yeah, okay. She would get like kind of a little excited and be like, I a little.
Really?
Yeah, it's not really uh that useful. It's just like cantrips.
I see. But the potential of magic is very rare.
Yeah,
Where do you believe
this
this power comes from? Do you know?
uh uh I mean, I know magic can come from a lot of different places. Uh mine is nature. I mean, it's I don't know. It's kind of a vague thing, but I can she kind of like waves her hands around and gestures to the cave. I can uh, feel it, I guess.
I see. I suppose that may reflect in your affinity with these animals.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I can, like I said, I can feel it. There's I, yeah, I have a connection with them. Uh, I'm not really good at describing it. Uh, it's just something I can feel out.
That's all right. Magic is a difficult thing to describe. In planes where magic suffuses every part of, well, everything. it makes even basic things difficult to describe. But it's a wonderful world once you are introduced to it. You're delightful company.
Uh, wow, really? Uh, thanks.
He smiles and he says, "Well, I wasn't expecting any company when I ventured into this cave. And I've met people much less friendly than you are. As much as that means, anyway. Again, I suppose if merciful is more apt. I appreciate that you haven't cut my head off, basically. And that you continuously warn me that that is a viable possibility.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome.
Do you have any interest in traveling?
Uh, maybe? I think so. Uh, I mean, the way you describe it, it sounds pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I think you would enjoy it.
You, so, I mean, you enjoy traveling, yeah?
Yes.
Do you, do you enjoy it all the time?
I don't enjoy everything that happens on my travels, but I would prefer it to any life I could imagine. Why?
Sorry, he just asked why.
Yeah.
Okay, she kind of makes a bit of a face at that. Uh, Yeah, she like shrugs again and it's just like, I don't know. It's I I like talking to you, and I don't usually like talking to people.
I'm very happy that I can be somebody you enjoy talking to. I enjoy talking to you as well. Well, do you have any more questions for me? It seems that the storm is letting up. If it doesn't stop tonight, then this may be the best chance I have. And Gerby, looking back at the stream, you can see that it has, if slightly, let up, and the sound is not as deafening as it was before.
Um, she kind of like grips the dagger like a little nervously and says, I I don't know what to ask.
That's all right. You have much of your life left to live. Perhaps you can find answers on your own. But in the meantime, is there anything that is particularly important to you? Anything that you care deeply about? Perhaps I would have some insight.
What's your favorite place you've ever been to?
My favorite place I've ever been to. He thinks on that for a while, the longest he's had to think on a question this whole conversation. And he says, there are things about every plane that are irreplaceable. The peace of the celestial plane, the vigor of the Feywilds, even the passion of the fiendish planes. They're unlike anything you could find anywhere else. However, there is a spring on the material plane. It's in the middle of a deep forest. There is a great willow tree that grows in the center of it, and around there are small waterfalls and pools. The water there is cool, clear. and the wind rustling through the trees, through the leaves of the willow. There is a peace and a vigor all at once. That is the place I feel most alive. In fact, the Feywilds and the Shadowfell, these are planes that are the closest to the material plane, and in being so close, they very often mirror each other. Perhaps I will see what that spring is like on other planes. I hadn't thought of it before. Maybe then I will come back and tell you.
That that sounds nice. I don't think I have a favorite place, but I don't know, if you come back, maybe I'll find one and I can tell you about that.
I would like that. Just then, in a moment that passes faster than Gerby can react, the man's head jerks. His expression goes blank. His eyes roll slightly backwards, and he falls forward. An arrow has been shot into the back of his skull. And looking up, Gerby sees Vidi with a bow. That's how Gerby's dream ends. Or, whatever that was.
Oh.
Mashila! No!
Oh my god.
And you never even learned his name.
No.
I guess
No,
it was
I
Shayla.
didn't. Yeah, I was God, I was thinking about it. Gerby would not ask this guy's name unless prompted. And there was a God when it was like when he said, "Oh, maybe I'll come back and tell you," I was like, this dream's gonna end with him getting his head cut off. Very, very good. I could feel that it was going to happen, and it still hit. It still hit. Oh God. Ooh, okay. I think can we have a quick break?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Yes. Thank
Who's
you.
next?
We'll get to that after the break. Goodbye, everybody.
Why do you hate me?
Ugh!
I don't want to spoil it for the viewers. I can tell you after we pause.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi. Delos is next.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it. Okay. Let's go.
Delos, you come into consciousness in a sketchy alehouse. The atmosphere is thick with the smell of mead and alcohol, and the lighting is very dim. You are younger than you are in modern day, but not quite as young as Gani. You are markedly in the material plane, and wearing your cloak, you can feel it. The pockets of it are heavy with fine jewelry that you don't recognize at all. In fact, you, uh, unlike Gani, who recognized where she was and knew how she got there, and Gerby, who very clearly remembered going to sleep and then waking up in the place where she fell asleep, Delos does not know how he got here. He does not know where this jewelry and his cloak came from, and he doesn't know why he's here. Looking around, you can see that there is a woman behind the bar talking to a man, and that there are 3 tables, one with 5 gnomes, one with 3 elves, and one with. So, what does Delos do?
What was that last thing you said? One with.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So he doesn't know he's here. As far as his mental state and the memories he has, would this be pre-material plane or post-material plane?
This is post. This is post material
Okay.
plane. He knows. This is. I would say at least a year probably after he left the Feywild. By this point he has gotten his kind of like scamming chops up and running.
Yeah. Okay.
But he is still markedly younger than he is in present day. Yeah.
Okay, you said 5. Sorry, what was I was so distracted by the blank thing you said or didn't say. Who's at the tables?
The tables are one of them has 5 gnomes and the other has 3 elves, and there's another table.
Okay, cool. This is cool.
Yeah. Just doing a cursory glance, you can see that the elves are, they look in pretty high spirits, talking amongst themselves and drinking quite heavily. And the elves, you can see that they're actually quite well built for elves. They have, for elves, we all were there for Malik, but they are, they are quite burly, and they have pretty noticeable scars. They look kind of tough. I don't know. um,
Okay.
they where the gnomes are drinking and chatting, the elves are just kind of nursing their drinks and sitting amongst themselves uh, in a relative silence, just trading very low words over the table.
Okay. And I'm at a table. I'm at a bar. Or the bar.
You
Or
have just walked in.
okay. Okay, can I go sit at a table like next to them and listen to what they're saying?
There are only. This is a very small ale house. So there's only 3 tables, but you can like, I guess, lean against a wall and try to look busy.
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
All right. Which table are you gonna try to eavesdrop on?
Probably the elves for now.
All right. Um, Attempting to eavesdrop on the elves. Give me a perception check, I would say.
I gotta roll.
Or wait.
Hmm?
Uh, Maybe give me a stealth to see if you can get away with not being noticed. He's pretty
Well,
good at stealth.
I did roll a nat 20 just now.
Okay, yeah. Give me a perception then.
And 19 plus whatever my perception is.
Yeah, all right. You can fucking eavesdrop on that conversation. Great.
Jeez, I don't know what just happened there. I promise the minimum is 1 on my counter.
It's cool. It's fine. It's just a conversation. Okay. Uh, what are they talking about? Eavesdropping on their conversation. You can hear. One of them is telling a story about presumably something that happened recently, and you kind of slip next to their table, trying to be as unassuming as possible as you overhear their conversation. And one of them says, "Yeah, and how'd you handle it?" And the other one goes, "How'd I handle it? I don't handle anything, but I socked that guy right in the face. And he started crying, rolling around on the floor. And then I kicked him in the gut. And then, well, it got all crazy after that. But you know how it is. Right, right. Fucking dumbasses think they can mess with you. I know, right? Where's that guy, by the way? Oh, yeah. I don't know. He seemed kind of flaky. Satyr bullshit and all. But he said he could do it, so waiting for him. You can assume that they're pretty deep in their drinks, possibly why they haven't noticed you yet.
Okay. Huh. Okay. Can I listen to other tables as well?
Sure. Give me another stealth and perception. Actually, which table are you trying to approach?
Probably the freaky table.
Freaky table? Okay.
Whatever that means. I don't know what's supposed to be there. So,
Yeah, you can go up to the table and give me another stealth and perception.
okay. What's my stealth? Do I have a +9 stealth? Whatever 14 plus 9 is.
All right. Higher than 20, so go ahead and roll me a perception.
Yeah. And then sorry, I don't have my character sheet pulled up. Give me 1 second.
That's okay.
I forgot what my perception is. Whoa, I forgot I have a +4 perception. Okay, I'm glad I looked. That's a 16 then.
Okay. With a damn, that would be a 23 in uh stealth and a 16 in perception. You can come up to the table and you can hear
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna assume you're done.
yeah.
All right.
I mean,
What
that
the
was a complete thought, so.
Weird. Okay. I guess the gnomes then.
All right. Give me a last stealth and perception.
19 stealth,
Okay.
13 perception.
Yeah, I'm gonna rationalize this as the lighting in this alehouse is so shit. It's just so crap. No one can see
Yeah.
like 5 feet in front of them. And the alcohol is not helping. You can come up to the table of gnomes and eavesdropping on their conversation, you can hear them say, man, we're gonna be so rich after this. This is crazy. This is gonna be awesome. You get to send your kid to college? That's crazy. Yeah, man, I can't believe it. This is really happening. I'm so glad that we were able to find such a big place like that. Yeah, all that jewelry and stuff just lying around. I just hope that guy can, you know, make good on his end of the deal. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. We stick together, right? You know, I don't know if those you know, like from the Feywild types really think of it that way though. I guess I don't know. I got a good feeling about him though. Yeah, I did too. I'm just saying, you know, gotta keep our eyes sharp.
Okay. Can... I'm trying so hard to piece together the context here. And you say I've just walked in.
Yeah, and
Okay.
miraculously, nobody has noticed you yet.
Okay, what were the elves saying again? Just like summarize.
Um, one of them was recounting something that sounds like a bar fight, and then the conversation switched to expecting some guy on some quote satyr bullshit. The nature of what they're expecting him for, you didn't really glean. And again, the gnomes were talking about how they were able to find a place with a bunch of jewelry sitting around, how they're going to be rich after this, and how they just hope that that guy that they assumedly got for the job makes good on his end of the deal. And quote, us Fae gotta stick together.
Yeah. Okay, can I remember like exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here?
Nope, not at all.
Fuck. Oh. Okay, I can assume, but I I don't want to fuck up here. Cuz okay, the thing you're like, all right, Gani, no matter what you say, it doesn't change the outcome. Yeah. Delos can fuck up bad, okay? Um, yeah, stuff doesn't change. Maybe the outcome was he gets his head bashed in. Um,
I will say that at least for Delos experiencing this, the fear of fucking up is very real. So, that's
yeah,
justified.
okay.
But I would still say, do what you think you're most curious about.
Okay. Okay. I might come back to the freaky table, but I'm not seeing or hearing anything there, so I think I'm just gonna walk up behind the elf that was specifically saying to say their bullshit, and he's just gonna say, "Hey, you talking about me?"
He turns around and he says, "Oh, dude, there you are. Just some talk amongst friends. Nothing personal, right? Nothing that would get under your skin or anything."
Nothing gets under my skin.
That's what
You
I
should
like to
know
hear.
that. Uh-huh.
Well, if you're as tough as you say you are, you got the stuff.
Before we proceed, just as a common courtesy, it's sort of what I do for all my jobs. Just repeat to me what we're doing here, just to make sure there's no funny business going on.
Uh, the elf looks to his friends, and they all trade glances at each other, and he says, "All right, weird guy. We hired you to go rob someone. This real fancy place, take everything they got. And you said that you were up for the job, that there's more to you than meets the eye. We decided to take a chance on that. And if you fucked up, well, tell us you didn't fuck up."
How much jewelry do I got?
You have quite a lot. It's enough that it's weighing down a lot of your spare pockets.
Okay, I can split this. No big deal.
Oh, it's very
Okay.
splittable.
Yeah, he says, "Tell us you didn't fuck up," and Delos just he does his big fucking toothy smile that he does in response. And he's gonna pull out probably like a necklace and lay it on the table.
One of the elves picks it up and just like kind of weighs it in his hand a bit and whistles. Uh, and the other elves nod and then say, "All right, pretty good. Don't tell me that's all you got."
He thinks for a second, and then he's gonna pretty much pull out like half of what he has and lay it, and he says, "Now you, it's about each one for each of you. Can't
They
can't complain about that now, can you?"
um each of the elves picks up a heavy piece of jewelry and observes it with a fair bit of enthusiasm, and the first elf says, all right, yeah, it's good, but I can't help but wonder why you didn't take it all out. You holding out on us?"
He kind of cocks his head and says, "If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it back. You don't think you're my only clients, do you?"
Brother, if you've got more on you, we gotta know. We gotta make sure that this deal's fair, and forgive me, but I don't give a shit about what other clients you're seeing. Right now, you're working with me, so let me see it.
He leans in. I'm gonna say hand on his sickles. He leans in, still has that big smile, and he says, "Well, frankly, I don't give a shit about you. So you're gonna take it and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna get filthy fucking rich off it.
Give me an intimidation roll.
Sorry, I accidentally opened 3 different windows. 17. I
All
happen
right.
to be expertise in that.
Crazy bullshit, dude. All right. Fucking bard rogue multi-class. What is that shit? Okay. No, that's fine. That's good actually. With a 17 on intimidation, you put your hand on your sickle, and the way that you do that, the elf that you're looking at, his eyes dart down towards where he sees movement, and he actually, I'm not sure if Delos would pick up on this, but for the sake of narration, he actually does get a glimpse of something glimmering in your pocket, perhaps even explicitly more jewelry. But his eyes dart back up to your face. And he says, "All right, tough guy. Well, seeing's believing. And if you got all that jewelry, I know you had to mow down a bunch of bastards to get through it, so I don't want to be one of them."
Well, I am so glad that you're so understanding. And he's gonna lean. He's gonna get out of his face, and he's gonna, I guess, put his hand out for a handshake.
Delos, when you put your hand out for a handshake, you instantly realize that it is soaked with blood.
Ah, what was it before? Probably not.
He didn't notice it before.
Does he shake my hand?
Um, the elf does shakily, trying to hide it, of course, but shakily, reaches forward and grabs your hand firm. In that moment, he takes your hand, and then he yanks you towards him as the other elves, one on each side of him, gets up from their chairs faster than you can blink and kind of rushes you on either side.
Ah, fuck. Um, I think Delos would like yell.
Delos opens his mouth to yell, and in doing so, it clenches his eyes shut. But when that happens, the scream he hears is not his voice. It's the voice of presumably the woman behind the bar. And when he opens his eyes again, he can look and see that she has her eyes wide open, looking at you, Delos, in fear and looking around. The man, the elven man on your left, has a deep red gash going down one side of his neck to the other. Blood spewing down the front of his chest. The man to your right, his head has come clean off. As a cursory glance, you can see the back of it on the floor. And Delos, you look ahead of you and you can see suddenly you are in a different position than you were before. Your hands are gripping your sickles with a ferocious, uh, painful grip, tight grip. And as your sickles are dug deeply into the elven man's chest, the one that pulled you forward, as his head has been tipped back, his eyes staring blankly forward, and his mouth open in a silent scream, dead. You blink again, and you are in a sketchy alehouse near the entrance. You can see that there is a woman behind the bar and 3 tables.
And there's jewelry in my pockets.
Uh huh.
Delos is gonna shakily kind of go up to the table of gnomes.
All right. Um, Delos, the moment you come up to this table of gnomes, they notice you and start cheering even louder than they were talking before. They start saying, "Hey, there's the guy! That's the guy we've been waiting for! Hey, come here, sit down, sit down!" And they're pushing mugs of fizzy beer into your hands as they're like, as they say, "Ah, man of the hour! I knew you could do it. I had a good feeling about. I was just telling the guys, I had a good feeling about you. You know, you got this like single-minded determination that we're really looking for, and you, man, come on, show us what you got."
Delos would he'd kind of like put his hands out and be like, "All right, now simmer down now. Jeez, I've got a lot of people who want my head, so let's keep this between us, huh?" And
Uh,
he reaches into his cloak, pulls out a necklace.
um, the gnomes do back off when you tell them to quote simmer down, and uh, but when you get the necklace out, one of them they all kind of like race to grab it to snatch it out of your hands, and the one that got their hands on it is inspecting the gem of it very closely and very excitedly, and the other two were like, "Oh, come on, dude, come on, you got more than that, come on."
Um, they're making a lot of noise. Doe's gonna glance over at the table with the elves. Do they notice what's going on?
They seem to be talking amongst themselves, completely unbothered by what's going on at your table.
Okay. Dels is gonna kind of put his finger up in a shushing motion once more and take out probably like one for each of them, so like 5 sets of jewelry.
All
Not
right.
sets, but you know what I mean.
Cool. All right, yeah, you hand out the jewelry to each of the gnomes, each one getting more excited than the last, and one of the gnomes goes, dude, yeah, this is, dude, I love you, man. This is great. I can send my kid to college with this. I can open up a business. I can open up a mine. I can do whatever I fucking want. Hell yeah. And they start and he just like grabs a mug of beer and just starts chugging the whole thing, and the and other gnomes also do this same thing, and again they are starting to try and push a mug of beer into your hands as well.
Okay, Dallas will grab it. He's not gonna drink it, but he'll grab it. And I think he's just like occasionally glancing over to see if anyone has like taken notice of this slightly rambunctious table.
As far as you can see, everybody else is preoccupied with something else. The elves talking amongst each other, and the woman servicing a very drunk man at her bar. And yeah, the another gnome looks at you, Dallas, and says, "All right, you gotta tell me how you did it. Like, was it just as easy as you said, in and out, clean operation, no witnesses?"
Well, I mean, where's the fun if I tell you how to do it? Then you could just do it yourself, and I would be out of a job.
Man, don't be like that. Come on. We're in this together now, dude. We can work together. Maybe I can help you out, or oh, man, come on. You know, I know we're known for being slippery, for being unnoticed. And it's a good investment.
Uh-huh. I appreciate that really, but I don't think you want to work with me. I mean, look, you're stinking rich now, and he kind of gestures at the jewelry he's just been given.
He says, you know, you get more stinking rich. You know, there's no limit to how sticky a guy can be. And then he just kind of fucking like, and he just grabs somebody else's beer and chugs it as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, one of the other gnomes who's just inspecting the jewelry says, "Hey, wait a minute, this is fake." And the others look at him and they go, "Huh?" And they look and they start looking at all the jewelry that you handed to them, and they start biting on the gold. They start like trying to look at the gems through the light, and each one of them goes, "Hey, yeah, this isn't real gold. You tricked us. You played us all for fools."
That's not. If I. All right. Well, if they couldn't even tell, how do you think I was supposed to tell?
You can see a couple of the gnomes are pulling out weapons, a crossbow and a dagger, and they're keeping it close to their side. As the gnome that you're talking to says, "Well, you're the guy that's supposed to make good on this. From our perspective, we just get a guy for a job, and he comes back and he's bringing us jewelry that's fake. You think this is the game? You think we're stupid? Hey guys, you think we're stupid? You think we're stupid?" And the other gnomes are going, "Hey, who do you think you are? I gotta send my kids to college." And
Oh my god.
uh they in this moment, Delos, you actually can tell that other people are turning around as the accusations start to fly, and as more and more gnomes are pulling out weapons and inching closer and closer to you.
Dallas, he stands up and steps back. And they like have their weapons drawn.
Mm-hmm. Fully.
Okay. He's gonna point a sickle at them and go, all right, there's no need to be violent here. I did not know. I can find something else. We could still work together on this.
Delos, you pull out your sickle, and in a flash, you just see blinding red, and you hear the drip of blood hit the ground from your blade. And then just as soon as it happened, it's over, and you are back at the entrance of a sketchy alehouse. You can see 3 tables in front of you.
Jesus Christ.
Chelsea, no! Chelsea didn't like that. Chelsea got upset.
Chelsea.
Leave him alone.
Should I pause for a second?
Should we pause or should I continue?
I kind of want to pause.
We can pause.
Oh my god.
All right.
It's good.
Yeah. We'll be back when we're back. And we are back. Hello, everybody. Or I guess just Ellis in this situation. As
Third time's the charm, baby!
Third time's the charm.
Okay. Dallas goes in and sits at the question mark table and just fucking like slams his forehead down on it.
Delos, you go to sit at the third table, and you slam your forehead on something you can't see. There's something keeping you from going there.
Like, there's something keeping me from making contact with the table.
Yeah, you can reach out to like grab the back of a stool, but when you do, before you make contact with it, it feels as if your hand hits a wall of this strange gelatinous fluid, although it looks exactly like air.
What the fuck? Gelatinous fluid?
You can make me I think just a straight strength to try and get past it.
Oh,
Which she's really
2?
good at. A 2? No.
A 2?
No, not really.
Which he's really good at, especially at this point in time.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Ooh,
thunder outside.
Wow.
Oh, the universe was like, get ready, bitch. Okay. Fuck. Okay, I can't, like, if I try, like, different chairs, different stools, I can't fucking get to this table.
Give me.
Can I slice through to the table?
You actually try to reach for your scythe, but it feels as if your hand is like just stopping short of touching its handle. And you can't will it to move closer.
What the fuck?
What would this be? Can you actually give me a straight wisdom roll?
Nat 20.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how.
With a straight wisdom roll, you try again with the table, and when you do, you slower this time, and when you do, you can feel that if you move your hand slowly to it, you can make progress, but if you try and jut your hand forward or make sudden movements, it just stops.
Okay. I'm going to slowly sit down in a chair.
All right. You step forward and you try to push your hand through this invisible barrier. As you do, you can feel this what has been described as fluid just start to envelop your limbs. Once you've passed that threshold, your movement is still slowed, but the feeling is less gross than you would imagine. It than my language would have you thinking. It's uh it almost feels like just heavier air, almost like moving underwater even. As your movements become slower and you kind of as your face gets closer to the barrier, you kind of instinctively like close your eyes and brace yourself as you feel the membrane pass around your face, and you can open your eyes on the other side and you can breathe, but it's slowly, it's languid, it's uncharacteristically deep, your breaths. And you can, once you pass through this membrane, you can finally make contact with a part of this table. And when you do the second, that your brain registers the feeling of the wood against the pads of your fingers, the surrounding of this alehouse blinks away into a blinding white void. And suddenly, you feel that you can move at a comfortable speed, but still not able to make any sudden movements. But the surrounding environment blinks away into whiteness, and you can still see the stools, you can still see the table, that dark raw oak wood with splinters and chips in it. And you look up and you see a satyr man with freckled tan skin, curly brown hair, and green eyes. And when you see him, he meets your eyes and his face breaks out into a friendly smile. And he says, "Dude, is that like a metric ton of jewelry in your pockets, or are you just happy to see me?"
Delos kind of shirks away.
Hey! Oh, shit, sorry. I know, bad joke.
He shakes his head and goes, you're not you right now.
I'm not. If I'm not me, then what am I?
Happy to see me for some reason.
Well, because I miss you. I haven't. Why wouldn't I be happy to see you? Dude, babe, it's okay. It's alright. Just sit down. It's alright. It's just a table. It's not gonna bite you.
He very slowly sits down. He's kind of avoiding eye contact.
Are you like alright?
Delos shakes his head, no.
Babe, what's wrong?
I'm sorry.
Hey, Poke Pal. Look at me. It's alright. I don't know. I don't want you to look back on this and be sad. I'm just happy to see you. That's all it is.
Where are we right now?
He like turns around and he looks around the void and he says, I don't know.
He reaches out and grabs his hand.
You can touch the skin on his knuckles and it's warm. He turns his hand around to grab the tips of your fingers and rubs a thumb over them.
Is there anything on a specific finger there?
Yeah. There
Okay.
is I believe a silver ring with floral patterns on it. On his left finger. On his left ring finger.
Okay. He I guess he takes his hand and kind of like rests his forehead against it and just says, I don't know what happened, and I'm sorry. And I I miss you. And I'm trying to figure it out. And if you're mad at me, I
No.
understand, and I expect you to be, and that's just how
No.
it makes sense.
No, babe. I'm not mad. I've never been mad. I think you've seen me mad like twice.
Well, it's because I haven't done anything wrong. I never do anything wrong. And you know that.
he smiles and he says, "Never doing anything wrong, and I never do anything wrong either." Oh, I don't want you to be sorry. I just may, maybe it's like bad of me, but I don't want to talk about that, anything like that. I just I've always been kind of a live in the moment kind of guy, and I haven't had a moment like this in a while, I don't
I'm,
I'm sorry. You look real different, and you sure sound real different. So, I guess I guess I shouldn't have expected I could just crack a real dumb joke and just everything's fine. I guess it's my fault.
no, it's not. It's not your. You didn't do anything wrong. I promise. I thought. I didn't expect to see you, and truthfully, I've sort of been avoiding having to see you because I thought that you would surely want to drag me to hell.
Drag you to hell. That'd be metal.
Yes, I know. It's quite stupid. Um, but is this really you? Are you haunting my brain right now, or am I just imagining because I miss you so much?
I wouldn't say I'm the haunting type. I think I'm more of like a like an ephemeral memory kind of dude. Like I'm like just kind of here.
Ephemeral memory. Who taught you what that means?
I can read.
I know. Okay, right then. Where did you read that?
I read that from this book that my mom gave me because she was like, if you're all into like the meaning of life and stuff, then you should do some learning about it and maybe that'll get you to read. And so I read it and I had to have it and a dictionary open at the same time, but I did read it and it was all right. It was cool.
You're so vigilant. Those he stands up and goes over to hug him.
He yeah, he kind of like opens his arms up before you can before you even get to him, and he just like you have to bend over a little awkwardly, but he wraps his arms around you and he pats you on the back and he says, hey there, Poke Pal. It's okay. It's all listen to me. It's all chillaxamundo.
It's all chillaxamundo.
It's all chillaxamundo here. This is
You always know just what to say.
yeah, babe. That's why I'm. Guess he didn't. Why we. It's why I got this. And he kind of like in the middle of the hug, like lifts up his hand and just like points at his ring finger to nobody because you're on the other side of him and you can't see what's going on behind you.
That's why. I mean, there were plans. There were plans.
There were plans, and isn't life all just one big plan? And we're just plans in plans, and it's all plans.
Are you saying plan or plant?
I mean, we're kind of plants too, right?
All right. He steps away from the hug and says, All right. Um, I've I've one question while you're here. Um, what do I do?
Like in the grand plan of things, or just like in this alehouse.
I mean, now that I don't have you anymore, I don't, I don't, I don't know what I'm doing.
a big question. I don't know.
Well, you asked me a big question, and he kind of grabs his necklace with the ring on it and says, "Now I get to ask you a big question."
Ah. Yeah. All right. Yep. Fair's fair. I don't really know what your life looks like right now. I mean, I know we got like that whole like watching over you type vibe, but it's like I got you in my thoughts, but I don't actually know what's up. So I can only talk in the vague terms, like so vague you can't even whatever. You said that you're trying to figure it out, huh?
Yes, I've been for about. I mean, it's been almost 6 years, and I'm trying to figure it out.
He like grimaces at 6 years and like, damn. Well, it was like the most bummer day of my life. So it would be cool if like that all got sorted out eventually. But 6 years is crazy. Just like nonstop.
Yes, non-stop.
Oh.
I mean, it's not even close to the amount of time that I would spend in jail. So I'm just sort of self enacting it, I suppose.
He makes another face. It's like that's intense. I don't really have the brain space to process that fully right now. All right. You said you've been like avoiding me.
Yes.
Do you like think of me?
What did he just say?
Do you like think of him?
Every day. Every second of every day.
What makes you think about me?
I, you're everywhere to me. Everything reminds me of you.
He kind of smiles sadly and he says, "Well, that's like really sweet, but all right. If you're asking me what you should do, then I guess my answers would be like think of me when cool stuff happens, like when you see someone do a thick smoke ring, or when you see like a baby bird or something.
A
And
baby bird?
I like baby birds. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like positive associations. And I want you to think of me when just just cool stuff's going on when you want to appreciate like being alive and stuff. Cause I miss it. But other than that, you know, do what you can and just leave room for being alive. Is that anything?
Leave room for being alive. That makes sense. You're smarter than you think you are.
Yeah.
All right, not that smart. Uh,
Damn. Lost.
mm-hmm. I gave you something. You took too much.
Well, I take what I can get.
Of course. All right. So, is is your ghost floating around? Is your soul somewhere that I can retrieve, or are you gone with the wind?
I don't even know. I don't. I think my concept of place is shot. Time, too. I don't know, like, the nature of my existence right now. So that's a toughie.
I wish I could take you more seriously, but I think I've heard you say that many times while you were still alive.
That's, like, true, but it's, like, more now. Like, before I was just like, hi, but now it's like, oh, it's all the time.
I don't know, but I will believe you.
He smiles.
Well, if you don't entirely know where you are, I suppose I can start leaving the window open, just in case.
What does that mean?
Um, if all right, do you know that mirrors and such other things like reflections, symmetrical shapes, they can be portals for spirits to come through. That in having your pillow turned a certain way. There's many things really that can allow spirits to interact with you, and I've been avoiding those things because I thought surely you would come and be upset with me, and I did it. I don't think you've really ever been upset with me before, and I was very scared. So, um, I suppose I don't really need to do all of that if I know that you're not mad at me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That'd be cool. We could, like, hang out.
If it's at all possible to hang out with you, I would love to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be dope.
Yes, it would be dope.
I guess it makes sense that you'd be all. He just kind of like brings his hands together and interlocks his fingers and then like smushes them and goes after what happened.
Yes, I I actually don't entirely know what I look like. I have not looked in a mirror the entire time
Oh.
because of the portals, right? But if I looked bad, you wouldn't tell me.
He looks you
You
up
would
and down.
you would say I look gorgeous no matter what, right?
He looks you up and down and he says, "Yeah. I mean, Poke Poke, you never look bad." He looks you up and down again.
Well, I, I mean, I could say the same to you. Smoke weed.
He fucking shoots you finger guns and he winks. Hey, would it be like really like uncalled for if I just like I don't know. I love you.
I love you too. Why would that be uncalled for?
He smiles when you say it back and he says, "Been a long time. I don't know if you've got other stuff going on or
Oh
whatever."
God, God no, no.
All right. Well, you know. Hey, again, I don't know where I am, so don't be counting on those ghost hangouts. I don't want you holding your breath. But I'll do my best. Probably. I don't know. I'm just gonna be straight up honest. I don't know, but I want.
Of course. And if you do show up, we can put you in a trinket.
Like a bomb.
Uh, well, you could pick now.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I should have put this in like a will.
Did you have a will? I didn't.
No,
I didn't check. I left.
babe. I thought I was gonna live forever.
I also thought you were going to live forever. Well, you can choose what sort of trinket you'd like to be placed in, and I'll remember.
Oh hell yeah! Like, oh, Bong would be so funny. You could rip that shit. It'd be awesome. You could rip my ghost, bro. You could rip my ghost.
I could. I don't. I don't know if I want to rip your ghost.
Sorry, sorry. Right, that'd be weird. Ah,
It would be a little bit strange.
I don't know. Like, oh shit. There's this like, there's this like magic I hear about where you can like take a cool leaf and you can like replace all of its like stuff with other stuff and make it like metal. I think it'd be cool if you took like weed, like my favorite weed.
If a weed leaf turned it into metal, well, I'll have to find someone who knows transmutation.
That's it. You're so smart.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Get like my favorite weed, and then make it into like a cool like pendant, and then you can wear that all the time.
So you want your soul to be placed in something that I wear constantly that reminds me of you?
I mean, yeah, like
And you want me to create this object instead of the one that you've already given me?
oh, I was so hooked on like the weed thing. Yeah, yeah. No, actually, better idea. You should have written my will. Can you write
Uh,
someone else's will?
I don't know, but I think it might be a tad too late. Alright, well, I can do that. Um, Dulles hesitates and then he kisses him on the cheek.
He grins real wide, and he says, "I actually I don't think he has any fucking thing to say. He's just really happy. He just smiles, and um he takes your hand, and he gives a kiss on your left ring finger, naked, but he doesn't mind."
Ugh. That was me, that wasn't Delos.
He's like, dude.
Oh dear, I don't know if he has anything else to say.
Uh, yeah. I don't think Smokeweed here does either. So, um, slowly, as you're savoring the moment, you feel that barrier pull back, and as it does, the white void slowly turns to the atmosphere of that alehouse, and uh, you can still feel the uh, memory of his hand holding yours. When everything returns back, you are standing at that table at the alehouse, and sitting there is a young goblin girl, not Gerby, but a young goblin girl.
There with a crossbow.
Not Vinny either.
It
No.
literally happened!
I was there the whole time, Delos.
I'm sorry. I hadn't
I'm gonna cry.
really brought it up
Oh
too
my
much.
god. And she lowers her crossbow. She goes, "That's right. I killed your husband."
I'm gonna cry. Stop. He, yeah, it's a young goblin girl, and she looks very nervous, um, but she looks up at you and she says, um, so were you able to get it back?
Uh, Sorry. Get what back exactly?
My mom's jewelry. It was stolen, and you said that you could. It's fine if you didn't. It's all right. I just And she looks around nervously. You can kind of assume that she's not used to places like this.
Delos reaches into his cloak and pulls out a necklace and shows her.
She, like, her eyes dart to the necklace and she hesitantly reaches forward. She grabs it and she holds it in her hand and she traces the chain of it with her fingers, smiling sadly. Is this all you got?
No, I have all of it.
She smiles. And that's the end of Delis's dream or whatever that was.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Jordan.
That was really good.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I kind of want to vomit.
Do we want to take a quick break?
We can,
Yeah.
we can.
Haley, so you
Wait,
don't have
how
to
am I
fucking
supposed
jump
to
into.
follow up?
Don't worry about it.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Gotta trust me. Gotta trust my skills.
I trust you.
Okay, break. Bye.
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 Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm back. You got one person left.
Who?
A very special boy.
Oh, Synthis.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synthis gets her. Yeah.
Harry the Herringon.
No.
Oh, he's here.
Delvin his dream.
Let's
Uh,
go.
Before we start, Jordan, do you have anything planned after these dreams? Just for my expectations?
No.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just wondering.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Scrivener. Scrivener is in Synthesis dream.
Whoa.
No.
Okay. For real. Scrivener, when you come into consciousness, or something like it, you are standing in front of a willow tree. You can tell that you're shirtless because you can feel a warm breeze on your back. And you can tell that you're barefoot because you can feel cool water rush past your ankles. Light shines dappled through the canopy as you realize that you're standing in a spring, the water glistening with rainbow hues.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is the most vivid dream any of you have ever had.
Yeah.
Like, by far.
He's in a. Okay, Willow Tree Spring, he's shirtless, and he's standing in it?
Yeah, he is barefoot with his ankle deep in a part of the spring, with the water rushing past his ankles.
He looks around to see if anyone's there.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Um, 8 plus 6. 14? No, I have a 7 in perception. 15?
Okay. Um, with a 15, you can look around the, like I mentioned, the water has rainbow hues across its surface, definitely reminiscent of the stream that you guys found, but much more vibrant, much more potent. The colors seem to dance across the surface of the moving water. You look around to see if you can find anybody. The trees become very, very dense around this spring, and you can't seem to discern anything in their shadows. Looking at the willow tree in front of you, the leaves are pale green, cascading from the branches very beautifully, catching the light. And looking at the bark, you can see two whorls in the bark that the closer you look at them, the more they look like eyes. And upon noticing them, uh, they close and then open like eyes. And soon the bark of the tree morphs to accommodate humanoid features as uh, as a face slowly comes forward, then a torso, and then a man. Uh, his plump skin is wooden but soft, and his hair is made from those willow leaves spilling over his bare shoulders and past his hips. He stands in front of you, and his gaze meets yours in this space, and he says, "Your name is Scrivener."
I think Scrivener kind of uses as much as his arms and hands to like cover up his body, and um, he says, "Uh, you are yeah, that's my name. How do you know that?"
I know the names of all of your companions. After one of you drank from my spring, I was able to touch your hearts.
The Wishwater?
Yes. He
Okay.
he kind of looks at you, trying to cover yourself up, and he says, "Are you uncomfortable?"
Um, yes, sir. Um, I'm usually wearing clothes.
Right. I apologize. I haven't the need to wear clothes in some centuries now.
Where am I?
This is a recreation of my spring that I've made and placed into your consciousness to facilitate this conversation.
Are you a god?
Perhaps I could have been something like a god many years ago, but no, I am a dryad with exceptional abilities.
Okay. Then why do you need to talk to me, sir?
Well, I would have liked to talk with all of you, but my abilities are limited. You're the one I could reach most easily.
Yeah. Eh, For any reason?
You seem to have celestial influence. That makes this easier.
Uh, really? Not like fiendish or. I kind of thought that the whole. He kind of gestures at his body. Would have canceled that. Really?
Well, there's fiendish influence as well, of course. Many things have touched you, including things that have harmed you.
Does it say that on my soul or something?
I noticed it. I noticed it on all of you. Your friend that drank from my waters, especially.
Was that Delos?
It was.
Yeah.
You're talking about Delos?
Yes, that is his name. I noticed it on him first and thought to pursue his companions to learn more about him. And that I did. And I learned more about you, too.
Right. Well, that's a little embarrassing.
I am not one to judge.
Well, you reached me, and now I'm here, so what's up?
There is a curse that is affecting Delos, and the lot of you. It's a curse that I recognize.
Go on.
Delos has been touched by very powerful Fey magic. Fey magic that I don't know the origin of. And you've been affected as well, though not as severely.
Oh, okay, what does this curse do?
It seems to suppress memories, specific ones, targeted ones. But with Delos, they are less targeted, more erratic. Seemingly
Oh,
no rhyme or reason to it.
so the group, you must know about, if you've done some looking into our psyche, I guess you must know about what we're doing. Are you saying that what's making everyone lose their memories is Fey in nature?
Yes, I recognize this magic from I would gander about 5 years ago. Perhaps 6, 7. I'm not sure.
Okay, so me and my friends have this curse, and it makes you lose memory. Does Miss Ghani have that curse too?
Yes.
Strange.
Or actually, wait. Sorry, my mind, my brain. No, not yet. No. Sorry. That's still a no.
Okay. 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 Then instead he would say, "Okay, I thought that would be the case. Um, then what do we do?"
Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Again, this is a very strong magic, and though I recognize that I do not know its origin, I simply know when I started noticing it in my land.
Well, and what's your land?
The Feywild. The land surrounding my spring. This is where I was born. The Feywild.
In the spring too?
No, this spring is where I died.
Oh, if you don't mind me asking, how did that happen?
Before I was a dryad, I was a noble Eladrin of the Thele court. One day, I met a man, an astral elf. He spoke of other planes, distant and grand, of gods, powerful and wise. And I had never been outside of the Feywilds. His tales enchanted me. We met at this spring in secret, but eventually we were discovered. He was killed here, and I was bound to this tree. Since then, this spring has become a Fey crossing, a weak point between planes, and I guard it.
I'm I'm so sorry for your loss.
It is all right. It is an old wound. Since then, I'm confident that he has found peace, and I have found purpose.
And you have this place to remember him by.
Yes,
Is there anything else I need to know?
the Dryad looks at you. He says, What does he say? Your group has already made a connection between this magic and the dragons somehow.
Um, correct. I don't think anyone would have come up with the dragon thing if Miss Gani wasn't, so keen. If she didn't have information. So, I guess we got lucky on that one.
It was luck that she found you. You're exactly what she was looking for.
Like, me specifically, or the whole group?
I was referencing your endeavor to
Yeah,
investigate,
that makes sense.
but your presence does have meaning to her, if that is any comfort.
I'd say so.
Although I cannot say that she seeked you out. Although, perhaps that makes it fate. In any case, something that you should know is that when the dragons ruled the material plane, the barriers between the planes were thin, even thinner than where they are here at my spring. Anything that involves the dragons, or the war in which they were displaced, involves all planes, and you would be good to not limit your search arbitrarily to the material plane. That is, if you truly seek all answers to your problem.
I do. We do. Sir, you mentioned a war. I'm not too well versed, on dragon knowledge, but do you know anything about a holy war?
A holy war. I've known many in my time. However, there is a through line. As a member of the Sealy Court, even a low ranking one, I know that there are negotiations between powerful people on the plains. The Raven Queen, the Queen of Darkness, the Fairy Queen. There's lots of queens. And the celestial gods, even the fiendish ones. For them all to coexist, conversations must be had, deals must be struck. And so, if there is a war involving the celestials, others would have to know about it as well. The Fae, the shadows. That's all I can say.
Do you think we've exhausted what we can get from the material plane?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that thinking of all of the planes as separate is conducive to finding the truth. When I was alive, I was taught that the planes bleed into one of another, reflect each other. Until your search is truly complete, no one plane can be exhausted.
I see.
You have a tendency to separate the planes very firmly. I once thought the same way. I believed that the material plane was a poor imitation of the Feywild. And frankly, I wanted nothing to do with that. But since, well, there's something irreplaceable about each and every one, and they're more alike than they are different. Just as an example, you, Scrivener, are a tiefling that has celestial influence and is under a Fey curse. I would not want to be you.
That's funny, actually. This is probably the only time I've wanted to be me.
The Dryad smiles and he says, well, better do than don't.
Does this. So, this spring, it's in the Feywilds and it's also in the material plane?
Yes, and this tree, and me as well.
Would you be there if I went here?
I haven't left this tree in almost 100 years. But yes, I suppose.
Then, what's your name? So, when I see you, I can call out.
He smiles and he says, my name is Leo.
Leo?
He smiles again. He says, Leo, yes.
Leo. Okay. Um, well, that's how you'll know it's me. 'Cause you'll hear me say Leo.
He smiles again.
Then, does that mean that. Is there a way to get to the Shadowfell too? Through a spring like this? I've never heard of a way.
Not through my spring. Unfortunately, my powers are not that extensive. But there are ways. If I am giving advice, the way to find a Fey crossing is to find a place that has been touched by the whimsy of the Feywild, a place that is bursting with life and change. To find the Shadowfell, you would have to find a place that has been unchanged. The longer, the better. A place that is peaceful, perhaps barren.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I know of no such place.
That is unfortunate, but I'm sure it's manageable.
Yes, your group is very ambitious. I'm sure there is nothing that can hold you back.
Scrivener smiles.
Uh, do they like me?
Your group?
Yeah, since you're poking around in there.
Hmm. Gani likes you. Gerby likes you. Delos appreciates you.
Yes! That's 3 for 3.
Do you not care about the other two?
I do. I think it would be hard to make Synthis dislike you, and Miss Tony is kind of my boss, so if she was annoyed by me, that would only be natural. Do they like me?
Tony is confused by you. Synthis does like you, but he doesn't really like Gani.
Wow. You can just. You have all the insight, huh?
I suppose I do. But that's as much gossip as you're getting.
I mean, how long am I going to be in this place? Do we have time for more?
Time is a very loose concept in this conscious space. We can talk about anything.
I think Scrivener. How deep is this like spring here?
He's standing in a very shallow part, but there is definitely parts where he can get like neck submerged and he can just barely like scrape his toes on the bottom.
I think Scrivener would smile at him. And I think he would just kind of sit down in a kind of deeper part. Uh, he would just, I don't know. He's never interacted with water before, and he's never worn so little clothes. So I think he feels it.
Seeing Scrivener do that, Leo steps forward and he gets in the water as well, sitting so that he has neck submerged and his long willowy hair is just billowing in the water. It's fucking beautiful, man.
Yeah, I was Jordan, that's so funny that you used that phrasing because I was about to say, wow, you're a beautiful guy.
I'm just gonna say he says that now. Leo smiles and he says, "Thank you. You are cute."
Scrivener looks at him.
What does he look like?
Like the expression that I made was like mostly blank face, but like a slight like crease between the eyebrows.
Hmm.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. Did I offend?
No. Um, I'm just not used to this body or face. It's doesn't feel like mine.
Hmm. For the longest time, I wasn't used to this body either. I used to have real hair, you know. I thought myself to be disgusting. Of course, mortals found my form beautiful. They still do. But I believed it to be some sort of vile magic, some sort of enchantment that blinded them to my true nature. However, I've come to terms with it. I appreciate that I reflect the environment that I so loved. In your case, Scrivener, you don't have any fondness for the fiendish planes per se. However, there's something that is important about it to you. It means something, in a way. Perhaps you should be proud of that.
What does it mean? Do you know why I'm like this? What went wrong? You say I have some celestial connection, and I could see that from my dad. He's an Asimar. But then why? Why?
Like I said, the planes are more similar than they are different. Nothing went wrong. Everything has played out exactly as they were intended to. I'm sorry that you had to suffer for that.
It's alright. I don't think I would have. You know, if I wasn't this way, then I probably would have stayed in asylum until I died, married a woman, been with my dad and the rest of my family all the time. So if looking like this means that I get to meet people like my friends, and after it's all over, I can invite them to my house in Bushfrith, then maybe you're right. Maybe things are as they were meant to be.
Leo smiles and he says, "My lover, he was very in tune with the powers of the god of death. He passed on some of these abilities to me before he died. That's how I'm able to communicate with you, and how I'm able to call on, well, souls in sleep and in death. Your mother, Opal, she's well."
Is she in heaven?
She is a child of Yandala. She is with her. She plays music.
She. What kind?
Soft songs about mundane mornings and happy songs about people not yet met and people remembered.
I could hear them now. That's cool.
Leo smiles and he says, "Perhaps one day you will."
So I won't go to hell.
Leo looks up and he says, "Unless you wanted to."
I don't.
Then
I don't have to go.
no, you never have to go anywhere.
I won't be forced.
No. In death, very few people have power over you. It's in life that you can be manipulated.
So there is nothing to be afraid of.
You were afraid of something that is very real. And it felt very real. And furthermore, the people around you, the ones that you loved. They made you most afraid. Afraid of the things that they were afraid of, or afraid of leaving them. It's natural. People are afraid of things all the time.
Man, my parents were so dumb for abandoning me. I'll tell them that when we end up wherever.
Leo laughs a little bit and he says, "Well, that's not permission to be fearless. You can still die early." And despite how I've been talking up the afterlife, that would not be a good thing.
Right. I won't die. Not now. I've got. Well, I don't think anyone's depending on me as much as I hate to admit that, but I'd like to be important. And well, that would be tough to do if I died so soon. So that's just long term goals. Telling my mom and dad I told you so.
How can you not know if your companions like you, but be so sure that they don't depend on you?
I don't know what I offer them. Like, I hey, I've made some progress. I can identify that I have good qualities. I'm quite strong. Um, I can grab people really well. Sometimes I make Delos laugh and Gani smile, but I guess inside I feel like anyone could have done that. It didn't need to be me. It just happens to be me. So if I disappeared, then, well, things go on. There would be another strong guy. There would be someone who can do the things I do. I'm not special. I'm replaceable. Even if I like some things about myself.
Hmm. Well, if you disappeared, I would have no one to talk to. Gani would have one less person who could make her smile. Dallas would have one less person who could make him laugh. I can't think of anyone else alive that can do all of those things.
Scrivener kind of grins to himself.
Leo smiles and closes his eyes, enjoying the water.
Well, when you put it like that, I I guess I'm a little special.
Do you need to be more special than that?
I don't think so, sir.
Sir, it's a strange title. Highness, I have been called. Not sir.
Scrivener kind of laughs.
Uh, are you picky with your title? I can call. What do you want me to call you?
A friend, perhaps. Although, that could get a bit clunky. Not more clunky than Your Highness, though.
No, I think it's worth taking the time to say it. So, thank you for this talk, dear friend of mine.
Now that's clunky. But you're welcome, dear friend of mine.
I think Scrivener just tosses himself back into the water.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
He tries to figure out how to swim.
I I think Scrivener would be like trying to tread water or something, and Leo would just yell over sometimes like, "Keep your head above the water."
Gosh, he would. Scrivener gets like fake annoyed pretty easily, so he would just get a lot of like, "I'm trying."
Yeah, Scrivener could make him laugh pretty hard at that.
No. No. He has fun. I think he tires himself out, I guess.
I want to clarify, when Scrivener like gets out of the water, some of the wish water like sticks to him, and he just comes out like fucking bright red with like rainbow iridescence on him. Like, Jesus fucking
Oh. Scrivener likes how it looks.
When Scrivener's ready, the next time he closes his eyes to rest, he opens them again in bed. And you all wake up from your dreams at the exact same time holding hands.
I don't think that's true.
Good
but-
morning, everyone.
Delos throws up the bed sheet over the mirror
Oh
and
my
he
God.
says, "Hello, world!"
I just feel so much better. No, that's well.
And that is all I have for this session. We will get to our regularly scheduled programming next time.
Wow.
Oh,
that was
giant
wonderful.
smile on my face.
Yes.
Big, big smile.
Very nice, Jordan.
Yay! I'm glad.
Epic.
I'm happy. I will plan the next session ahead of time. So I don't have to pull out dream bullshit
Andy.
again.
You know what?
Andy.
For like
For Monday Funday Workday.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, for you being like, oh, so last minute. This was a very DM led
Oh, yeah.
session.
Really amazing. Yeah, Andy, you know, this morning when I was like, I'm not going to bed yet, Jordan's texting me about the session, and you said
Yeah.
like, oh, is he cramming, or is it just like little detail stuff? And I said little detail stuff. I fucking lied.
Oh, man.
I lied so hard.
Why?
I lied so badly because I was like, I wanted to protect my dear friend Jordan's honor.
Well, that's fine if he's cramming. That's fine.
My honor.
His
Okay.
honor.
Yeah. The thing about it is that I can just like yank out like all this crazy esoteric dream bullshit and like crazy fleshed out named NPCs and bullshit and crap with lore and I can do that, but only if I really really like the concept. If the concept is just and then they go back to Astro, I'm like I can't do this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why every fucking COG episode is like, I know you guys just had a big plot point, but what if you were on a game show?
I have to really take that to heart. Next time is the mermaid episode. No, it's not.
I would. Scrivener is comfortable. I'll be so fucking for real. That motherfucker solved his shit for the most part. He can just have a shirt off right now.
Fuck yeah, dude. Mermaid episode soon.
Yeah, mermaid episode, tits out.
Tits out. Scrivener tits. Tune in next time for Scrivener tits. Okay, that's it.
His wardrobe changed irreparably.
Just right now it did. Alright. Goodbye, everyone. Say bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.